Gaming. We gaming. Alright, alright. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Alright, I think this audio level is fine. Alright. I'm hanging by myself for an amount of time because I'm in the mood to play DK64, but I feel kind of like I want to stream the whole playthrough. Or some amount, I'm not sure. It's whatever. Hmm. Oh, whoops, that's Tiny Kong's weapon. Oh, wait, I didn't actually read your text. Oh, she gives hints. Yeah, that makes sense. The 3-point filtering is really weird, by the way. I haven't mentioned this yet, but like the DK, the door right here, the teleporter, whatever, I have no idea what it's called, it doesn't matter. Level entrance. It, I mean, I know that the N64 uses a slightly, at least by today's standards, slightly weird 3-point filtering compared to the more traditional bilinear filtering for making textures a bit blurrier.
Traditional bilinear filtering.
Hi. Yeah. Am I muted on Discord? Hi.
Oh.
How's the gaming?
How's it going? I see that you are, I don't know, you're pretty much where you left off, it looks like.
I am where I left off. I did that on purpose. Wow.
You didn't do a bunch of mining off camera?
I didn't mine and get 20 diamond blocks off stream. Okay, I already have Lanky Kong's instrument, I forgot. So, that's a thing that happens.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna stay here until the rain stops, or at least calms down significantly, so I can go and get lunch. Not lunch, supper.
I haven't eaten lunch. Whatever, I don't know. I have a snack. Wii gaming. Those wait,
Yeah, we're right.
there are vines up there. Does that do anything for me? No. Well, there might be like Lanky Kong coins up there or something.
Try and get to.
I'm not sure.
Okay, fair enough. Alright.
Oh, I want to come up here as Diddy Kong to do a thing. Cool.
Yep.
Yeah. How's it going?
It's going alright. We got some homework done, so it was a reasonably productive day.
Nice. Bro, this is just like the guitar level in Dragon Rush Talent Showdown. I think I must have already done this, and I forgot that I did. Because nothing happened.
Or at least it didn't take you 5 minutes to do it.
Oh my god, shut up. I don't even know what you're possibly referencing. Is it something that
The
I did?
guitar level in Drake and Charles Talent Showdown.
Oh, yes. So, like, the fucking... You spend 5 minutes only to find out, like, you didn't do good enough.
Imagine if that was actually a possibility, if at the end of the thing, even if you had survived all the way through, it still was like, nope, not high enough score, must try again.
I think that would be a very, good game design. Good game design moment. They use oranges as grenades. I wish we could do that in real life.
Oh yeah, I need to do my... I still haven't figured out how to parse my 53 gigabyte XML file. I don't even remember where I put it. It's probably just in my downloads.
With a script.
Yep,
yeah.
there it is.
Just in the downloads folder. You're lucky you just have 50 gigabytes of spare hard drive space and don't have to use an external.
Yeah, my hard drive has exactly 50 gigabytes left, so...
Oh my god.
It's,
you can download it one more time.
Yeah. I will certainly be deleting the file once my analysis is done.
Or, yeah, once it's like halfway parsed, because you won't have space.
Well, no, the summary statistics will... I would be shocked if it took a gigabyte to store this results. It will probably take somewhere on the order of like a couple megs. It's not a significant concern. Really, the concern is the input, because XML is just not an efficient data storage format, right? So, and it wasn't that big, because yeah, I mean, it was only like, I don't remember how much it was gzipped, because I downloaded it gzipped, but it was, you know, not a ridiculous download size gzipped, and then I unzipped it and it became ridiculous.
Yeah. I love when there's Z fighting on original console.
Nice.
You could barely see it, but it was with a Trough and Scoff portal in the distance.
We talked about that. Oh, yep, I see it there in the stream now. Yeah, we were talking about that the other day with original hardware.
We talked about original hardware rendering quirks. It's a very interesting subject. I only have 3 banana coins right now. What does that mean for me? Don't remember.
it means you need 2 more banana points to have 5 banana points.
This probably doesn't matter, but yeah, it's really interesting. I think it's interesting. It's also interesting how we've had we've been like I say, obviously I say we, but I mean well, I mean a lot of different community members working on emulation of game consoles, like specifically the Game Boy, because people have been interested in very, very inner workings of like Pokemon glitches for at least since like 2014. So that there's been an active, there's been active development on that, which people actually cared about. So people have been, I don't know, okay, what am I trying to say? We've been kind of near or at cycle-accurate Game Boy emulation for, I think, probably a few years. Like, it's still not perfect. They're still ironing out bugs, because that's kind of a thing. I don't know. I don't know how to say it, but that's kind of a thing you don't really... Like, you're never 100% at the goal. There's always some little more things you can research, or small little hardware quirks and whatnot. Something really interesting that happened, not that recently, but I do remember, is, someone wrote just a simple script that's probably, most likely not perfect, but a little script for, Same Boy. By the way, BGB is a great debugging tool for Game Boy. Same Boy is very close. I don't actually know the differences between the two with regards to compatibility, but I know that there's one or two very small cases where Same Boy actually achieves compatibility where BGB does not. That's like one or two like weird pinball games for Game Boy.
Why are they always pinball games? I feel like pinball games have a lot of weird quirks too. Like, I mean, obviously, like, more time is spent with games like Pokemon and whatnot, so a lot of things are found through those games, but for the relative small amount of effort that's put into pinball games, it seems like they produce a disproportionate amount of results.
Do you mean just in general?
Yeah, just in general.
Do you know...
Emulation stuff.
Are there a lot of pinball games like that?
I feel like I always see them, like, I'm pretty sure I saw some things with Wii pinball games, and I don't recall what all else, but it seems like I've seen a lot.
Maybe it's sometimes people who do that are, like, experienced developers developing somewhat of a simple game, so they have more time and resources to put into, and they have the expertise to take advantage of very obscure hardware quirks. I know that, of course, the Game Boy and Game Boy Color had several cartridges, particularly pinball games, that had inbuilt rumble motors that were powered by, like, AA or AAA batteries in the cartridge.
Interesting.
That's hardware quirk number one. I'm not sure exactly where we are with regards to that, but the pinball game I'm thinking of, I think, has a different hardware quirk that it uses. I think it does something weird with VRAM that requires very accurate timing. I don't remember I think the pinball game itself might... I think I want to say it might have compatibility issues even with real hardware. Like, that might be a possibility. I heard I heard Chickasaurus GL talking one time about this is unrelated, but related to Game Boy. I heard Chickasaurus GL talking about I think was it sound? Maybe it was. I think it might have been sound. What? I'm trying to multitask.
Yeah.
Something like obviously there were different revisions of the hardware. In addition to obviously the different Game Boy and Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance. Like there's those three, but then there's yeah, I think it's something about sound channels, or maybe something about how it is. What's the word I'm looking for? Something about how it started. Something about how the BIOS like boots up, and then like it could theoretically lead to like some small quirks in like sound. I think if it's how it's initialized by the BIOS during boot up. And I think in theory that would be if there was software that didn't explicitly do its own initialization, then that could create very minor inconsistencies in sound that may not be emulated, or that we may not know of. Which is a really interesting quirk to think about. I don't know myself of any actual examples of that, but hey, I mean, half the Pokemon, a majority of the glitches in the Game Boy Pokemon games are ones that are like not used in speedruns. They're just like random stuff that just happens. So, I guess it figures, or it's kind of fitting, etc., etc. Gaming.
So speaking of sound, why do we have a fourth voice channel?
As I just said, inviting outsiders.
I don't understand what you mean.
Okay, I created an invite link for Josh Heron to join.
Oh, okay.
He will at some point. He's chill. He's cool.
Yes, he's been on the server for a good while now. And
yes,
I've talked to him on Stybark server and
yeah. Now this is a fun matching game. You can watch on stream if you want.
Oh, sorry, I've had it pulled up and been more or less watching, and then I just put it down for like 5 seconds, and then something interesting happened.
It's got sound effects, by the way.
All right. Very, very exciting sound effects.
Somehow this is very fitting for Lanky Kong.
The sounds, you mean?
Yes.
Yes. I'm a little bit confused about, are you just matching the colors? Yeah, I guess you are.
Both colors and sound effects.
Ah, okay.
I mean, colors don't matter. Colors are like hints. Like it reduces the possibility down to like 2 different pairs, because for every color there are 2 different pairs that share that same color. So you can't exclusively use the colors to match. You could if you like didn't have game sound up.
It's more reason.
Yeah. Yeah, okay,
and
golden banana.
Dunked by what this is doing.
Razel's dunks.
I am Razel's dunked by what this is doing.
Yeah, what was I gonna say? Oh, here, I'll actually pause so I don't, like... I'm probably not gonna die anyway, but...
Why? What's going on? I'm not sure what's happening, but I blame Cameron.
No. It's not my fault this time. I'm looking up a thing. It's a very interesting example of hardware animation. I love this. Never miss a tweet. Open the Twitter app. Is there a YouTube?
I'm so confused. I can't kill this process. So I can't figure out what the process is. Is that one?
Okay, I'll just go ahead and share this. This is just a tweet and one example, but very interesting example of something. Yeah, what I mean to say is I wish I could find like a write-up, but also it's like this implementation actually isn't that complicated, so I'm not sure how much write-up there would be. Sameboy intentionally doesn't emulate how the system on a chip electrically interferes with the speakers. It's not a desired or potentially useful feature of the Game Boy, but also, what if they did emulate it, and then they wrote I think either a script or a plugin or something that was probably later upstreamed into an optional feature.
Kind of wild.
Yes, it is. I don't know if you've ever actually played on Game Boy hardware, but I have.
Original, no.
Rest. Actually, it probably still happens on like Game Boy Advance. Well, at least for Game Boy titles, because the hardware is incredibly similar for backwards compatibility.
Yeah, no, I don't think I played Advanced or Power either.
Where's the... Okay.
There's at least a chance I have on like someone else's. I don't have any of them, certainly myself, but...
You know what I realized the other day? Sorry, this is completely unrelated, but
No, go ahead.
This game, like barely related, this game has an option for surround sound. I will try that at some point in one of these streams. Not today, because I don't have a surround sound setup myself, so it doesn't matter that much, but... And I feel like it might make the game audio, like, a little weird, perhaps. So, I don't know.
Potentially.
Anyway, this game has surround sound option. It's like Dolby something something, whatever. But also what I realized, is that I didn't know much about surround sound before the other day. If they send, like, there's a certain way that they send, the signal, I guess, where, it can still be transferred by your traditional two, RCA cables, that is to say, two conductors and two grounds, I think, or at least plus and negative, so that's like 4 conductors total. But with those 2 RCA jacks, if you have appropriate software and hardware, it actually picks out, like, it gets the hint from the signal that it's surround sound compatible, and then extrapolates the surround sound from the signal, which I thought was interesting. It's probably similar to like the way that subtitles were implemented in the CRT age of television. Like where it's kind of hidden in the video signal, because obviously the CRT just displays like what it's given. It's all analog. That is interesting. I will have to look more into sound stuff like that and maybe build myself a slightly better sound setup. That might be interesting. But to be fair, I don't really have much stuff that uses surround sound. I think even to this day, there's probably not too many games that use it.
If it's to accidentally create a 7 GB file with absolutely nothing useful in it. Anyways, go ahead.
Nice. Yeah, most Japanese voiced anime doesn't use surround sound. Interestingly, the Japanese dub is usually just downmixed or just regular, always mixed in stereo, except for like movies. But English dubs are sometimes actually in 5.1 surround sound. I thought that was an interesting thing that I learned probably a week ago.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, I could watch movies. You know me probably. I don't watch that many movies in general, but there's probably some movies I've been meaning to watch. Like, there's probably at least one, like, 1990s Evangelion movie that I'd like to watch, and, like, I have... there's a movie for, there's a movie version of, Donkey Kong Country cartoon, like, with those 3D models.
Okay, so there's a Donkey Kong Country cartoon?
Yes. Yes. You should definitely look
This is news to me.
It's super interesting. I own some episodes on DVD. Let's see. Season 1 is on iTunes. I think Season 2 might be available somewhere, but where I watched Season 2... Actually, I didn't watch Season 2, but where I found the link to Season 2, it was just being hosted on some random streaming site, and I have no idea if they had the rights to stream it, but it doesn't really matter, because media. Because lost media.
It looks like Amazon Prime Video claims to have 3 seasons.
I'm thinking of Season 3, then. I feel like the last season didn't have
Wikipedia thinks there's only 2 seasons, so I'm not sure what...
Well, that would be an issue, wouldn't it? I'm not sure which is the truth. I haven't watched enough to care either. So, yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. What else? I need to watch, like, Spirited Away is a good movie. I've heard it's a very good movie. Stuff like My Neighbor Totoro. I have that on... I feel like I have both of those on Blu-ray. I might only have one.
Yeah, I've heard good things about My Neighbor Totoro.
Yeah, and other Studio Ghibli movies. Good stuff in general. So yeah, I mean, that's what I've been meaning to watch, but back to us having a surround sound setup. I don't know how much it would be worth it to go through the trouble of setting that up if there's only gonna be like 2 pieces of media I actually watched that supported the feature, but I'll look into it.
Okay. So I see what's going on here. There are a total of 40 episodes. There were 26 that aired in 1977 and 14 that aired mostly in 2000.
77? Are you sure?
97. Sorry.
Oh. Yeah. That's right. I'm sorry. Yeah.
So Amazon Prime is apparently splitting up the 1997 episodes into 2 seasons of 13 episodes each instead of 1 season of 26, which may or may not be a reasonable thing to do. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll have to see. Well, I mean, is the quote unquote season 3? How many episodes is that? 13 or 26?
14.
14. Then I don't know.
And that's
I feel like that generally kind of makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense in terms of all the seasons are the same length. I don't know if there's like any overarching, season themes or anything that would split the 97 episodes in half, though.
Yeah, there's probably not anything like there's not some big story. It's just I forget what they would call that. Whatever, doesn't matter. Something. Like, there's not much of an overarching plot, it's just a kid's cartoon. As you do. Swat the flies. Press A to use the swatter.
Are you still running? Seriously?
That's me when Windows 10 is still turned on and not uninstalled completely.
So I figured out that the script that I'm trying to use to parse my XML file has 2 parts. One part converts it to a CSV file, and then another part actually does the processing on CSV file, which sounds good. But the converting XML to CSV part is taking longer than I expected. Also, XML is just a weird format, so I can't really do it. Also, you kind of suck with this fly game.
When you press the button, it takes half a second for it to swat down, so it's actually harder than it looks. Given that the flies are like... I mean, they're probably not
just
random, but they do move around quite a lot. But that was interesting. I like how they're just like army people that were like fighting. Do you think Lanky Kong is an anarchist? I didn't mean to jump off.
Whoa, how did I get to 1.5 gig? I might end up breaking my record for largest CSV file, as well as my record for largest XML file. We'll have to see. I really didn't expect the CSV to be this large, though. Actually, I'm kind of curious what my record for largest CSV file is now. I know it's in the gigabytes. It's probably like 3 or 4.
I am not sure how long I will spend playing Donkey Kong 64 today. I kind of want to do a stupid, dumb, overly ambitious project of taking another website and translating it from Japanese with the help of machine translation and some vague amount of skill, but not really that much. And also re-implementing it like in its own HTML file and stuff.
Are you gonna use? You're not gonna use your own personal native level understanding of that?
I fucking wish, but no. My friend, my other friend Josh, who is not the same Josh that you know very well, obviously went to a different school. I don't remember. It was I think it was a Christian private school, something. Anyways, he actually learned some amount of Mandarin Chinese. And I do know that I'm pretty sure Japanese and some Chinese share at least some characters. Like, I feel like they...
Yes, Japanese uses 3 different character sets. One of them
it uses 3 alphabets. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, and actually, no, I don't think either of them are I don't think any of them are technically considered alphabets. Maybe
Gotcha.
Hiragana?
Sure.
I don't recall the details of it. But anyways,
sure.
Yes, there is one of those that shares a lot of characters with Chinese. I don't recall exactly which one is which and all, but yeah, no, I actually do know a couple people who have at least a decent understanding of Japanese, not like native level proficiency. Although actually, but so potentially, if there's something you're really stumped at, I could call one of them up for you. But
I would appreciate it, but yeah, I'll save that for anything I'm actually really stuck on, because that's kind of a big workload to dump on somebody I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't ask him to translate the whole thing for sure.
Yeah. I did that partially for Chibi Robo. I forget the name of the game, but it's a 3DS game where it's...
I haven't thought about Chibi Robo in ages.
A little bit of augmented reality, but honestly not very much. It's Chibi Robo Photo Finder. Basically a game where one of the parts of the game is you take pictures of shit.
Yeah,
that's the gimmick.
You were talking about that. I recall it.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for me, I decided to fucking do it in Google Sites, which is incredibly limited. But I did do a lot of translation and translation of text inside images, and my own image editing expertise to edit the text back in a way that looks decent, or even good in several cases, probably. wouldn't want to be that
You're
overconfident
getting
about
low
my
on health
editing,
here.
but I'll be fine.
Wait, 4 gigabits. Man, actually could break. I have. Alright, I am going to get some supper because there appears to be a break in the rain.
Nice.
So I will be back probably if we're still at it. If not, that's fine. Also, if Josh or Drew or someone pops in as well, it might be nice to talk with them. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I may see you. What did you say?
I said I'll probably still be here.
Okay,
bye.
Alright, bye for now. I have to find Discord and read it. Okay, bye.
Okay. Okay. I did actually just not see something. So as I thought I remembered, oh gosh, let me remember where the teleporter and stuff is, but as I correctly remembered, and yeah, whatever. Tiny Kong is in this level in Angry Aztec, so I am off to go get her. She might not be in that. Slash temple. Well, let me check. Oh, yeah, I straight up do not remember. Yeah, it would be cool to, do stuff about my own website that I have. And I could actually host some web content there. Like a translated re-implementation of a existing website. Is there a time limit on this? The answer's yes. Oh, fuck. Darn it. Slightly unfortunate that I have no one to talk to at the moment, but that's alright, I'm chilling. I need to get around to playing more N64 games in general. Also specifically, well, okay. The other day I bought Gradius 3 on Super Nintendo. I did actually emulate the game before, so I know it's a generally a good game. I mean, it's a Gradius game, so it's kind of, you know, face value, it's kind of what you expect, but I need to play that. Well, yeah, I need to play that in general, but I also need to maybe look for other shoot-'em-ups on N64 and try some of those out, because I kind of like the Nintendo 64 controller. Gosh, when I was first playing N64, I didn't actually realize the correct / intended way to use it. This is an interesting area. I didn't realize the correct way to use it was, not, I mean, you don't ever, put your hands on the two, you don't ever put your hands on both of the two outermost, handles. You, like, at any given point, you always have your right hand on the rightmost handle, but your left hand is either on the middle handle for games that use the joystick, or on the left handle for games that use the D-pad. I thought that was interesting. And I think that actually would work really well, except the Nintendo 64 has quite a limited library, and I feel like any games that didn't actively try to use the 3D hardware, like games that were perfectly suited in 2D. For example, Parodius, or Gradius in general, shoot-'em-ups that are 2D, they wouldn't have that big of a reason to even be on N64. And because N64 is generally harder, well, I think it might be. I'm not 100% sure. I think it was probably harder to develop for than, like, PlayStation. I think they would have gone for PlayStation and not bothered with N64 at all. And not just shoot-'em-ups, obviously. I mentioned other games that are largely 2D and not at all 3D. Like a 2D platformer. Like, kind of like Mischief Makers, which I also have, barely played. But anyway. So the N64, I feel like, generally didn't get a lot of 2D games, which means that the foresight of even including a D-pad on the controller was kind of wasted on the system because of how few games took advantage of that alternate control scheme. And because of the position of the D-pad, makes it kind of perhaps the main, like it's in a normal spot compared to the analog stick, which is in a spot that's a little bit it's a little bit unorthodox, I guess. Perhaps unintuitive, but whatever. It's when you learn the right way to hold the controller, the control scheme actually works pretty well, I think. Even with the joystick being, like, off-centered on the controller, it's like it's similar to the Wii Nunchuck. I actually think this works a bit better than the Wii Nunchuck, because I don't know, I don't like the Nunchuck joystick that much, because it's kind of like I feel like there's nothing to hold it in place, which is both a blessing and a curse in some ways. Whereas on the N64, of course, the joystick is tied to the rest of the controller, so it's more traditional. But it's still got the Z button on the back, which I think works pretty well. what do I do? Am I trying to shoot? Yes, I am. I freed this bird earlier, and now I'm trying to shoot it down. Damn. It's a cold world. It's getting smaller. This game is nutty. I still need to play Banjo-Kazooie. It's a good game. Yeah, I was thinking of playing Banjo-Kazooie on the N64 rather than go out of my way to play it on Xbox. Partially because that's a little inconvenient for me. Like, yeah. I don't currently own it on 360. I could get it there. I do own, like, the Rareware collection on Xbox One. I could use my dad's Xbox One, but I mean, he actively uses it. And also, if I wanted to capture footage, that would be another slight pain in the ass, considering the circumstances. And on top of that, you know, I am a collector, and I already own the N64 cartridge. So it might be a nice novelty to play on N64 hardware. Instead of on an Xbox console. Even despite the Xbox ports having some small quality of life changes, not the least of which being higher resolution and stuff, but also smaller things like achievements which barely matter, but also well, probably bug fixes, and well, no lag. And, like, it saves your, the notes? The music notes you collect? Out of 100, it saves ones that are already collected. It's not, it becomes not like SM64 like it was in the original game, where you have to collect all 100 music notes on one run. And if you die, then you have to start again from zero. In the Xbox ports / remasters, you just have to collect all 100 in general. If you collect 99, saves the fact that you collected all 99 already, and they won't appear again, etc. Oh crap. Here's the place for Diddy Kong that I didn't actually see. And I have to do this as Diddy Kong. I think it's probably a regular reaction to say that this game is a little bit labyrinth-like. I think the problem is that there's just a few too many areas that look too similar. I mean, there's like here there's like landmarks, but for example, I don't remember exactly where all 5 of the banana teleports go. That's a good example. I appreciate having a sort of teleport system for fast travel. I think it might have worked better if it were implemented like Super Mario Odyssey, with where you pause to go to a map, and you can select from any checkpoint you've already been to. Like DK64 could do that and just do like 5 checkpoints per world. And then they could also have names, and they could have a proper map. I feel like a map would do a lot for this game, but there is no map at all. So that's that. Just in general, if a game has issues with the player not knowing where to go or where they are, a map is a good, fast solution to that issue. I don't really, like, I certainly don't have friends who are, like, in the industry of game design, but for example, like, I would be interested in doing some of that myself just as a hobbyist, like, I don't know exactly what platform I would choose. For example, I know some, well, I know some, like, I don't know Zero. I know some assembly for, Game Boy. That would be interesting to create a game for. Yeah, etc. Oh yeah, I have Tiny Kong now, so that's a thing. Oh gosh. I was gonna say, great, that means I have to go, use Tiny Kong to go, all the way back through the rest of the level and try to find all the bananas or whatever. Okay. Zero dropped frames, and I've been live for 1 whole hour. 1 whole hour of talking to myself. Let's go. This is a gaming mode right here. Yeah, I should actually, well, I mean, there's a lot of different projects that I would like to get around to in general. Oh, I need... Oh, I have four banana coins. Okay, so use Banana Port 1. This is kind of not exactly where I want to be, but that's alright. This is as close as it is. I was gonna say, I've seen, like, speedrunner, but I don't know I've seen speedrunner movement, but I don't know which move is which. Like, which move corresponds to which one. Actually, maybe specifically that's something that I learned by Cranky Kong. Actually, I was looking for Cranky Kong, but I realize now that that's not where I want to look anyway. Do I want to use this banana part? I guess. Okay. Yeah, this checks out. Oh yeah, I was talking to Ethan and I got sidetracked on talking all about... Yeah, I got sidetracked on info dumping everything I know about Game Boy emulation. What I was going to say is that it's super interesting how we have had great strides in the field of emulation with regards to, like, approaching a theoretical 100% perfect accuracy. It's fascinating the progress that we've had, but in itself it's also fascinating how we currently don't have cycle-accurate emulators for Nintendo Game Boy Advance and, of course, Nintendo DS. I don't know. Let's see. I don't actually know the situation of Nintendo Entertainment System. I know that Super Nintendo is... I feel like... Well, I feel like generally speaking, any emulator that has like an assembly debugger would be very, very accurate. But I don't know if it would be cycle accurate. Actually, the Super Nintendo in particular might be problematic if it... Like, I think the Game Boy might be easier to become cycle accurate if it, like, only has a CPU. Which I don't remember if that might be the case. I do not remember. I'm very dumb. No, that's not true. I'm just very forgetful. But I think the Super Nintendo... Hello.
5.5 gigabytes. It's the final size of the CSV.
It's the final size. Nice.
So that could be...
Oh wait, how big was it?
5.5 gigs.
Nice.
There's definitely a chance I type bigger.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I freed Tiny Kong. It's a she.
Nice.
She has giant pigtails. It's a she.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. I was talking about an interesting subject. I guess I'll fill you in. I forget where I was anyway. Something about... I was talking to you previously about Game Boy emulation approaching cycle accuracy.
Perfect, yeah.
And that's super interesting in itself. I also think it's interesting how... I don't remember exactly, but if I recall, the Game Boy might just have a CPU, like it might not have any other co-processors. And I probably said that wrong. I don't mean like a 2 CPU setup like fucking Atari Jaguar or any modern PC. I mean like a Super Nintendo has got to deal with or most notoriously the Nintendo 64 has to deal with the its own graphics chip in addition to the CPU and stuff, and it's got like sound hardware, something. I forget exactly. Yeah, actually, the Game Boy is probably so primitive, it probably just does that all through CPU.
Probably.
Which is, first of all, it's fascinating how it took so long to get cycle accuracy, but to be fair, cycle accuracy is kind of incredible if you think about it. So I get detached from that all the time, but I try to pay attention to sometimes nitty-gritty details take a very long time and a very huge amount of effort from more than one person or an entire community to achieve. So stuff like so when I think about how I have that how I've been working towards getting a VHS capture setup with optimal possible accuracy, and I like didn't get it working because the hardware, that's just my PC hardware config is weird in general, but it's also like, well, you know, I mean, that's obviously the law of like diminishing returns and or whatever, where the closer you get, like the less distance you have to go, but also like the harder it is to get the same distance and stuff. Kind of. I'm probably saying stuff that makes sense.
I'm sure you are. I'm half listening and half trying to get Perl working, to be honest.
That's fair. So. That's fair. I don't mind anyway. I have ADHD. Yeah, I mean, and that's another fucking small side tangent I'll go on. Like, my mom and sister are... Okay. First of all, prerequisite knowledge for the prerequisite knowledge. ADHD is genetic. I think I'm gonna say probably a lot of neurodivergence is like that too. But I don't remember.
That wouldn't be shocking.
Yeah. So I'm okay. And whenever I get like a little bit of imposter syndrome, I have to remind myself that like, okay, I'm 100% confirmed to have ADHD exclusively on the basis of like I'm on Adderall right now. That's like an amphetamine. I don't react to that like a normal person does. So like fundamentally, like, yes, you have ADHD, idiot. Because of this like hard evidence, yeah, etc. And also, what was I gonna say? Something. What's the word I'm looking for? When it comes to thinking about your own brain, it's really strange, and it's easy to think things like imposter syndrome, or it's easy to have an imposter syndrome if you something, that's not. Yeah, whatever. That's kind of what I mean. That was an incomplete thought, but something like that. Whatever. Anyway, fucking anyway. My mom and sister probably have ADHD, honestly. I don't know about my dad. But hey, that's fine. I mean, I'm not the diagnoser anyway, so. But, you know, my sister and my mom are really good at... Okay. Sorry, in-game I just went to Funky Kong, but I am not yet allowed to get the gun for Tiny Kong. So I guess I'll see what happens. I'll go see, teleport to, Cranky's lab. Cranky Kong. My mom and sister are really good at multitasking. I am not that good at multitasking. That's... I was gonna say, both of those are kind of related to ADHD in a way. Something. Not 100% sure, but I'm bad at it because I get distracted really easily by things, etc.
Sure.
I'm trying to think of... I just had a thought that I want to write down. Well, no. Maybe. Maybe I'll do that tonight. Fine, I'll write it in the maintenance room.
Do you have any knowledge of Pearl?
No, unfortunately.
Okay,
that's
fine. I have no idea. I think I have a dependency issue, and oh wait, I'm Dumbwall. Okay. Let's just save that there. Cancel out of all these weird shells that I've created and try and figure this out.
Let me... Okay. You might want to check in the stream for just a couple seconds. I'm just looking at the pause screen. Inside this level, Angry Aztec... Okay, first of all, I've spent a long time walking around half aimlessly, trying to find the things that are evading me. But also...
Sure.
Let's see, currently, like, I collected all 100 bananas for Donkey Kong, and Diddy Kong, and Lanky Kong. So that's something. And I have 4 out of 5 bananas for Diddy and Lanky, and 5 out of 5 for Donkey Kong, so that's something.
Nice.
Gamin'. I wish I knew... I wish I knew the count for banana coins, but I do not. I don't know if it shows me.
How many Z's and R's have you collected?
What?
On the one screen, the Z and R buttons kind of look like collectibles. It was a stretch.
I've collected one of each. No, that's okay. If I ever... Most of the time, if I ask you what, it means that I didn't completely hear you or understand what... Or, like, understand the words that came out of your mouth. So don't feel ashamed to repeat the stupid joke. because I make equally stupid jokes on the regular. On the double.
Oh.
What am I thinking of? Oh yeah, I sent in the maintenance room to remind myself to watch some, I guess, I don't know. Though I kind of hate to admit it, just by I guess virtue of my current situation, I have a lot of free time, so I spend a lot of time, I guess, somewhat lazing around, and sometimes like I spend too much time trying to find something to watch, which is actually weirdly that is a common phenomenon, like people online have talked about that mood that you're like, that relatable mood that you're in when you're ready to eat food, but you need to find a YouTube video to watch while you eat your food before you eat your food, and the video itself is like 10 minutes, and searching for it also takes like 5 to 10 minutes, and eating the food only takes like 2 minutes. So it's all like pointless anyway, but and that's not a conscious thing, it's an unconscious sort of response. That's, I mean, I don't know about other people, that might apply to neurotypical people, but that's probably an ADHD thing for me. At least
it's not something I've experienced.
Yeah, I could see that. Well, I was gonna say, you and I are not that similar in a lot of ways, but... What am I... I'm gaming. Ooh,
Well, that's interesting.
Okay, there, I can't do anything. Yeah. There's always a lot of projects that I feel like I should get around to. That's the engineer way, baby. Just start all projects and then finish none of them. But
yeah, that's why I'm kind of glad this project is actually a school project, and so I actually have a deadline.
Yeah,
I think there's like a very flexible school project, but still. Yeah, is there actually like a wall in the corner of those stairs? Because it kind of looks like there wasn't.
When you're looking at it really close, it seems like there might be, but that's just an optical illusion. It is just a flat ramp.
Alright.
That's kind of...
Oh, okay.
That's kind of funny you should mention that. I don't know. I mean, I have a way of appreciating a lot of tiny details, and some that really don't matter, or, something I like to think about is like, when it comes to literature, there's a lot of, specifically, like, English class, there's always kids who are like, well, what do you mean about this symbolism? How do you know that the author meant for that symbolism to mean that thing? And it's like, well, in some way, it doesn't matter exactly how the author intends for a given thing. In some regard, in some ways, it matters more how it could be interpreted. And also, particularly for, I guess, a good example might be, what was the name? The artist Van Gogh was, like, suffering severe mental illness. Like,
Yep.
he didn't, like, like, I think I would generally say, and this is a huge generalization, so forgive me, but I feel like generally he wouldn't say like, oh, this is the symbolism that I meant by this. No, he was just like fucked up, like he was sad and depressed, and not to like make fun of him or anything for that, because I 100% can relate, but and it's not like a humorous subject, but what was I thinking of? Yeah, like he didn't consciously like say things. What I'm trying to say is that sometimes it's subconscious. Yeah, that's what I mean. Sometimes authors will okay. It's kind of like this in other art that's not just like being looked at, but something like animation or like drawing like for anime, for example. Like if you can draw frames, like that's great. And for one person it might just be like natural, and their art style might be totally natural, but other people might have to have a lot of like conscious effort to mimic a certain artist's art style.
Sure.
And like that artist wouldn't intend to like have that art style. It's just kind of a thing that like works out for them.
Yeah.
Like I guess what I'm thinking of is an example where an artist says, "Hey, that looks good." You know what a great example is musicians. They do stuff like that. A lot of amateur musicians who might not necessarily have a lot of music theory knowledge would say something like, well, God, that's so dumb for me to... They would say something like... They wouldn't talk about it, but... it would be like,
No.
Like, a musician would just say, for example, you know, that sounds good. Maybe use a different chord here, or something. I don't know a lot about music theory myself, but
I can tell.
Shut up. This is very...
I mean, I don't either. Just
dumb. Far away side note is that I wanted to take intro to music theory in high school, but my senior year, when I wanted to take it, they only had one class period that was doing it, and it was a direct conflict, I think, with show choir, so it was like an absolute no-go.
Yep, that happens a lot.
Yeah, and that happens a lot with small classes that there's not a lot of interest in.
Yep. I took intro music theory. It was a decent class.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I actually did sign up for AP music theory and to try to do something with that, but
oh really?
I didn't do anything with it. I dropped within the first week because I knew it would be too challenging. Like they were already in the textbook and shit. I was like, okay.
Yeah,
I'm
guessing you probably would not have enough background knowledge to be able to just dive into that. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, I have some amount of dedication for even wanting to take the class, but not enough dedication
to actually take the class.
Well, not enough dedication to catch up on, you know, an entire like textbook of background knowledge.
Fair enough. Yeah. Oof. That sand trap. That's it there.
What? Oh yes.
Yes.
I'm very slight. Okay. Now that you mention it in that chat, what quote are you thinking of? Is it a series I've watched?
Oh, I don't think so. It was. I can't remember whether I knew it then. I can't remember now whether it's from Two of These People Are Lying or from oh, what's the other one? I can't remember what the other one is now. The other one that Tech Diff did. But anyways, it was from one of the Tech Diff series, and I don't think you've watched them, or at least not in a significant amount.
What series are those?
Two of These People Are Lying and Citation Needed. They're like a game show series with Tom Scott.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, they are. They're good ones. I do recommend them. But yeah, I can't remember what the quote was. I can't remember which of those two series it was from. But it was one of those.
I might. Well, I mean, I write it down. Okay, God, I always get ahead of myself. I'm like that one person I saw on Twitter say, okay, God, I didn't see it on Twitter. I saw it on a fucking screenshot of a tweet reposted on Instagram. Which, by the way, is something that I kind of diametrically oppose fundamentally, but there's a lot of everything. Anyway, it was a parent who said, my toddler keeps, he wants to fill his mouth up with water and then run over to me and then spit it out on me, but the very thought of doing so makes him laugh so hard that he spits all the water out on accident and has to go get more. Whatever, it was funny. Funnier without my execution, but shut up.
No, that's good. I don't know where you were going with that.
It's like that. I'm like that, where I keep sidetracking myself before I say anything. Like, before I say a given topic of conversation, like, before I say a sentence, I already have 2 more sentences of background knowledge, like, figured out in my head, and I'm like, okay, where the fuck do I start now? Gaming. What do I have? I need... I'm thinking about just the game right now, but...
No, you're good.
Gaming. Now I actually don't remember what I was talking about, or where exactly I left off.
An exciting moment. I get to figure out how the heck Perl works, because I need to edit a Perl script.
Very fun. And by that I mean not at all.
I can get rid of this line, that line. That doesn't help much. Oh, I don't think I told you I dropped the class for the first time the other day. I said the other day, like a couple weeks ago now, because it was right at the beginning of the semester, but...
Nice.
Yeah, I was gonna take, like, geology, or geography, like 101 or something, just for fun, but I got there on the first day and read the syllabus, and it was all, like, stuff we learned in physical science and also AP Enviro, because I took AP Enviro. So I was like, okay, this is not worth it.
Oh, you were going to learn everything that you already learned. Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's going to be like 1 or 2 weeks of probably potentially interesting content. It's like, no.
Yeah. Sorry, I paused the game because obviously I got fucking sidetracked.
Yep.
High quality reproduction flash cart, clone bootleg cart, or a DIY cart. We support the majority of flash carts for rewriting. Nice. Completely unrelated to what I was talking about. I'm thinking about the GBX cart mini RW, mini is, like, plus minus the mini part.
Sorry, just realized what's going on in this script, and it all makes sense now. Continue.
So you can... Okay, it supports reading and writing, which is interesting. So it supports dumping games and save files and restoring save files onto cartridge. Game Boy cartridge, that is. Let's see. The Mini model also supports Game Boy. Well, yeah, they both support Game Boy and Game Boy Color. The Mini does not support Game Boy Advance, but the regular does. But I don't need that because I already have I already have hardware that would be capable of supporting that. Like I could it would be a really stupid janky setup. Well, just slightly, but well, it's actually not that stupid and janky. It's very legitimate. It would be to use the Wii and a Game Boy Advance and a Game Boy Advance link cable to GameCube controller port cable. So basically a GBA GameCube link cable, which is a thing that exists. It was mainly used for a very small number of GameCube games that supported the e-reader, Pokemon, Animal Crossing supported the e-reader, and by Pokemon I mean that 3 e-reader games in addition to actual multiplayer, like trading. Let's see. Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker actually used that feature for the Tingle Tuner, which was kind of like a... I don't know that much about it, but I don't know, just imagine kind of a Wii U gamepad-esque setup.
I was gonna say, I don't think I've heard of the Tingle Tuner.
Yeah. It might have a mini-map, I don't remember, something, you can play it on the side. It's not really like a mini... It's not a proper mini-game in itself, but it's kind of like a Pokewalker kind of deal, like an accessory where you kind of can drop in like extra items to help in game, like an extra heart or something. Speedrunners actually use that in the original Wind Waker on GameCube to do zombie hovers, where they lose all their health, but they can actually they can like cancel the animation repeatedly with a jump slash, and they gain height over time. And they hover, but if they touch the ground, they will die and not make any progress. So they use the Tingle Tuner to it's either... No, it's not one heart. It's to give Link a fairy, which restores all your health, and also can be used to end a zombie hover and is obviously still be alive at the end.
Yeah.
Fun fact, the same glitch exists in the Wind Waker HD on Wii U, which in itself is very interesting of a fact, but...
That's very surprising.
There's no Tingle Tuner in that game. So, that actually... I don't know if it's used in the current any% route, but it was or is used in some speedruns.
But it's very niche, I would say, then.
Very, very niche. Yes. Specifically, they recover health with, like, one lone fairy, like, in a room. No, I think there's, like, 2 pots that give you... that you smash and then release 2 fairies, like, into the world, and then one of them has to run into you, and if it doesn't run into you, which is entirely RNG, then the run is dead at, like, the 45-minute mark. So that's something. gosh. Anyway, the fucking Game Boy Advance GameCube link cable, you can use that to communicate with a, So let's see. Who was the developer? Fix94 wrote a homebrew program to communicate with the Game Boy Advance, which is capable of dumping the ROM, not writing to certain flashcards. It's not capable of that, but it is capable of dumping the ROM and actually dumping Game Boy Advance BIOS, which is necessary for some emulators. Fucking other side note is that the MGBA developer, whose name is Ndrift, very, very good person, very talented developer, Ndrift, I think has a, I think they have a complete, re-implementation of the Game Boy Advance BIOS. And it's not made with a decompilation. It's just written from the ground up, and as a result, the binary is not identical to the original. So a small number of hacks, I guess, that exist, I've personally never heard of, but there were some modifications to the original GBA BIOS that might be for something. I feel like that might be for, I think that might be 99% for emulators to hook into.
I gotta interrupt you here for a second, sorry. For one, what is the what's your goal in this race? I'm just kind of curious. Do you need to like beat him with enough coins or something?
It might be a her, but I'm not honestly sure. I wasn't paying attention to the dialogue.
Sure, whatever.
I need to win, and I think I need to collect enough coins. I don't actually know how many are required, but I'm just trying my best. Anyway.
Okay, and two, I'm gonna use the bathroom, so I'll leave you to talk into the void about GBA BIOSes.
What am I thinking of? Yeah, Game Boy Advance BIOS is actually, so the original BIOS is probably hooked into by emulators. I feel like, okay, I don't know if it's required for anything, but I know there obviously there exist Nintendo DS flashcards. There are some that, what in the world? There are some flashcards that have a feature where you can play Game Boy Advance games on them. I am not sure if that is a hardware dependency. I think it might be using proprietary code by the flashcard developer. That's not... I think it's going to be mostly not specific to the flashcard hardware. It might be a little bit specific to it, but I think it can be used on any Nintendo DS hardware, for that matter, including the 3DS, because I would expect it to function as a hypervisor sort of deal, which is a similar deal to Nintendo and the same deal as GBA Runner 2, developed by Jericom. It's also a very talented programmer. And GBA Runner 2 is open source, as opposed to the flashcard kernels, which are all like 99% of them are very exclusively closed source. The major exception would be deciding to run Twilight Menu on a flashcard, because it has, I mean, it started as just a DSi and 3DS homebrew, but has developed, has made a point to become available as an alternative to a flashcard kernel. Yeah, so that would be a reason to use the original GBA BIOS, the Nintendo files specifically, because some of those, both emulators and Nintendo DS hypervisors, would hook into the BIOS to do certain things, like I'm guessing that would be mainly for flashcards, actually, not very much for emulators, but well, no, it would still be for emulators. To hook into parts of the code to, for example, redirect saving to a different location or something, or replace instructions, stuff like that. That would be programmed using hardware addresses, and likewise obviously would not be compatible because the code is not in the same place in the re-implementation by Ndrift. Though I believe, and don't quote me on this, but I believe Ndrift's...
I won't.
Fucking dumb. I believe Ndrift's... Okay, I don't know. But I think Ndrift's GBA BIOS re-implementation is probably complete. Yeah, I also... Ndrift worked on it. Okay, Ndrift worked on it themselves. I think it was probably actually separate from the project I'm thinking of, which was the recent... you know what? I don't fucking remember. But it's a FPGA-based console, the Analog Pocket, yeah, which is to play Game Boy and Game Boy Color games. And I don't remember whether or not that's actually at all relevant to Game Boy Advance, but... And I know Ndrift is obviously a guru on Game Boy Advance. That person and, forget the name of the person, but their website is No Cache, you know, classic.
Yeah.
No Cache GBA.
Yep.
Very obvious, evidently a very smart person too. Made debuggers for Game Boy Advance and DS. Also, developed the first emulator for Nintendo DSi software. Well, yeah, DSiWare specifically, like stuff that's dependent on the NAND and emulating like system titles. Not just like Pokemon Black and White, which are DSi enhanced, which take advantage of features like WPA2 secured Wi-Fi networks and other stuff I can't think of right now. Fucking god. Anyway, I have no idea what I was talking about. Whatever. What I was thinking about saying originally was one of the projects I should actually continue getting around to, and I shouldn't give up. I should actually keep it kind of an active project in the background whenever I feel like it, is doing anything with doing anything at all with making a Game Boy game, Game Boy homebrew, writing assembly. Yeah, that. And that's that.
Yeah, sorry, no, I don't have anything else to add to.
That's fine, that's fine. Yeah, I was thinking about...
Other than...
Go for it.
Do you think that sorting hundreds of thousands of data points is a good idea? We're about to find out.
I was gonna say, on Game Boy? No. Probably not.
I think I would have to agree with that one. You know, no, we're gonna see how this goes. This is going to be interesting. Sure. Alright, cool. I'll let that run. That'll probably take like 10 minutes. We'll see.
This is difficult, but the N64 controller is actually really, really good for this. The analog stick is very good.
Nice.
A lot of people say the analog stick is inherently bad, and I certainly agree in the way of longevity and engineering. Well, some amount of engineering. In some ways, this is engineered well, but
yeah, in terms of longevity, I certainly.
In terms of longevity, it sucks, of course, because it's all plastic rubbing plastic. I feel like in the original construction there must have been like there must have been like a lubrication or grease of some sort. But,
probably.
Probably, but I mean that's not gonna save you from the like really, really easy to wear down plastic. Yeah.
No, that doesn't really help long term.
That's a funny concept, actually, thinking about, I wonder how much Nintendo 64 control stick dust has contributed to microplastic pollution. That would be an interesting study to conduct. That would actually be funny. That would actually be kind of purposeful. Like that would not be completely stupid. Which is something I'm not used to for my projects, I guess. Did I lose? No. She spends... For the last bit, she walks, and I also have to walk, and she walks slightly faster than me? Why? That sucks.
Oh, bad luck.
Oh my god.
Also, can I just say my first ever Perl code successfully compiled and ran?
Nice. That's good.
Oh, no. Okay, I'm gonna need to rerun it.
Oh my god, you know what I was thinking of? Actually, you can keep thinking aloud.
Okay, okay, so I need a new line. That makes sense. Okay, alright, trying this again. Back to you. If you're still there.
Inside gadgets. So for the GBX cart, RW, whatever, I want to buy a flash cart for it. Now let's see. Well, I want to see related related products, but I want to see more than like just 3, and 2 of which are not what I'm looking for. Oh wow, there's a lot of Game Boy modding stuff out there, isn't it? Isn't there? That is interesting. Its shop actually has a Game Boy battery gauge, which is so it's got a small daughter board, and it's got that looks to be 6 solder points in total. So you wire that up a little bit, and it's got a total of 8 LED lights that change color based on the current battery level. There's the image. That is fascinating. That's interesting. That's useful. One fucking completely unrelated, but related to modding. One thing I've kind of been thinking about. I guess just every now and then, but excuse me, I guess. Yeah. Let's see. Game Boy. Yeah. What I was thinking of is there are a lot of people out there have modified Game Boys and Game Boy Colors and Game Boy Advances with brand new screens, and that's a very interesting subject. And I used to like that. I used to think that was super interesting, and I liked that a lot. But I guess I've gotten a little sour on it. Partly just for the sake of preservation of like original hardware. It's a little weird because like some of these screens are like really sharp and whatnot, but sometimes it doesn't have the same sort of dot matrix. I guess what I'm thinking of is mostly it is mostly, what's the word? Mostly aesthetic preference. It's mostly, well, not even preference, because I could go either way, but mostly just an aesthetic sort of quirk. Like obviously the Game Boy Advance screen was, the original Game Boy Advance screen was notorious for being darkened. And on the SP, that was the point where they said, okay, we're gonna add a front light and eventually a backlight to the display, and they did that in later SP models and whatnot. And they did that on the original Game Boy too, actually. The Game Boy Light, which is basically a progression of the Game Boy Pocket, I believe with a front display, only released in Japan. But if you're not a hardcore collector, then it doesn't matter whether or not it exists. So, and also, don't waste your money on it. But yeah, so so you've got that sort of display where it's an optional front lit, which is interesting. Interesting in itself because I hadn't given that a lot of thought before just now. But I was thinking also, like, the original Game Boy, the DMG, has a display that's kind of like ink, sort of. I'm a little too stupid to remember how it fundamentally works mechanically right now. I don't know how close it is to an e-ink display, but I'm assuming, based on theory, I'm assuming that it is quite a bit different. But also, the original DMG displays were not identical to LCDs. But that also gets into my point that I was thinking of, actually, I was always thinking of Game Boy Color, and for that matter, Game Boy Pocket. Those displays were actually okay. I mean, light was and is always an issue with original Game Boy that's not like a front-lit screen, so you can't see any of it, but let's see. Yeah, Game Boy Color, like, it's I don't know. I guess the point is, it looks different than, for example, even just a Game Boy Advance SP screen, which is what the mods started as, replacing the Game Boy Color screen with the Game Boy Advance SP backlit screen. And later, I think they developed a clone, and then later, other people developed a proprietary, well, not really proprietary in that way, but a purpose-built screen that's an LCD screen that's like much higher resolution than the original Game Boy. So it's got like double or even quadruple pixels, which isn't saying much, by the way, because the original Game Boy is about 160 by 144. But but it's just different. It's just a bit different. And I guess my concern is that eventually there's going to be more modded Game Boys out there than original Game Boys with original screens. And I, as much as I love to get the optimal, the best possible everything out of every game I play, just for the sake of it, because why not, I guess. It's, you know, it's not, there's a trade-off. There's something that you're losing by only playing Game Boy games in, like, pixel perfect, like, resolution, and there's a certain, well, there's a certain nostalgia, and there's a certain, kind of allure, there's a certain, what am I thinking of? What word is it? It's like a gimmick? I don't know. It's neat. It's just neat. No, it's, something like that. Like, for example, I own a fucking Atari 400 computer. Why? Well, I don't know exactly, but, let's see. I possibly a better example is I own an Atari 5200. First of all, why? But actually, well, my dad stumbled across it at a Goodwill maybe about a year, 2 years ago, for $5, which was a pretty good deal for that console. But
yeah,
considering how uncommon it is. But I had to go through so much work to get that thing running. I had to buy and then repair a controller, a proprietary controller, because so there's options for, okay, fucking first of all, the 5200 controller has a number keypad, which is not shared by any modern controller to speak of, and even a lot of controllers at the time. You could get something, what I'm getting at is that you could get a controller adapter, alternatively. You could get a controller adapter for, like, I think maybe like a Sega Genesis and or Super Nintendo controller. Obviously they're not the same plug, but, like, there would be options for those two, but then you would miss out on the numpad. You can definitely get one for an Atari Jaguar controller, which is interesting. It's like, oh, you know, this proprietary hardware I don't have the proprietary hardware necessary, so let's replace it with more proprietary hardware that no one owns, which is an Atari Jaguar controller. Because Jaguar... Actually, Jaguar consoles... Well, that's not true. I was thinking of the Atari Jaguar CD, which is actually an add-on for that console, has a very high failure rate for whatever reason. For one reason or another. I don't know the specifics, but like there's definitely more broken units out there than there are working units for the Jaguar CD. And I wouldn't be surprised if the same were true for the Jaguar main console and the Atari 5200 and 5200 controller. Though that said, controllers are a lot easier to repair than consoles because almost 100% of the time on controllers it boils down to mechanical failure or rust or oxidation, as opposed to on consoles where you can have batteries fail and cause and potentially cause corrosion. You can have capacitors fail. You can have chips die. You can have chips die. Specifically, BIOS or save chips will die. Yeah. Yeah, BIOS chips are weird. Fucking, what was I ever thinking? What was I ever going to say? Where was I ever going with this? The Atari 5200 controllers are weird to find an alternative to. And even the Jaguar controller is good because it's got the appropriate amount of buttons. It's actually got one or two, I think, buttons to spare compared to the 5200 controller. But the problem there is that the Jaguar controller actually uses a D-pad, but the 5200 controller uses an analog joystick, which is very interesting. And also a problem because, well, for someone like me who, for some reason, cares a lot about this sort of thing, yeah, but also I particularly like I've talked about Atari 2600 games. A lot of times there's not a lot of reason to go back to that console, but one of the reasons I go back to that console is the games that use the paddle controllers that are, they're not perfect, but it's kind of a, it's really simple, but it is a control scheme that is somewhat unmatched by modern gaming. With regards to both games and 99% of controllers. The other day I actually saw that some company makes keyboards where in the top right corner, opposite the escape key, they have a little like paddle thing going on. They just what's the word for it? It's a the thing that rotates, like the electrical thingy.
A potentiometer?
Yes, it's a it's just a potentiometer. Like that's it. It's as simple as that, but it's also like an input for things. And I thought that was interesting. I would love to see that. I would love to see that used for something, especially used in a gaming situation, and not just like, hey, here's a cool way to adjust the volume. Which, to be fair, is still cool, but yeah, anyways. The Atari 2600, the potentiometer on a stick controller, I think is really interesting. And I have fun playing the, like, Breakout games. I mean, yeah, it's basically just Breakout and Super Breakout, and there's not... I mean, there were a lot of clones back in the day. Oh yeah, and Arkanoid. But there's really barely any clones that are still around today. Including Breakout, which, I mean, you know, the state of Atari, which is basically entirely dissolved and just is now a company which is like name only.
Yeah.
Like the modern Atari is the same as the old Atari in name and logo exclusively. They don't do any of the same stuff that they used to. And I'm pretty sure 99 or 100% of leadership has changed. Which isn't necessarily bad in itself, but they don't make games, they just license stuff. Yeah, and that's interesting too, all the old Atari engineers are actually, well, actually, that was so long ago, most of them are retired. Most of them are like adults, and like, and in some cases where there were Atari programmers who were like in their 20s, they would be probably 40, 50, 60. They might still be working, but they would be definitely not, like, a lot of times not making games. They would just be in generic other tech programming jobs, or in another field, who knows. And that's an interesting subject in itself. That's honestly one of the reasons I like to go back to Atari stuff, because it's also so personal, with regards to like you can find a 2600 game that's like, wow, this game was developed by one person and the graphics were done by one other person and that's it. As opposed to pick any game today that's not an indie game and it's made by a team of 30 plus people at least.
Yep.
When you're talking about a Pokemon game, that's a team of 200 people minimum. It's nuts. So, I don't know. Something. I like to go back to the 5200 for its controller, which is also interesting. I actually happen to have a 5200 trackball controller, which is a little less exclusive to old gaming, but still is. There's less games in general on the 5200, but there's also less games that utilize either the trackball or the analog stick in any meaningful way. I do still like playing breakout games on the 5200 though. It is different because I believe the 5200 didn't have any potentiometer controllers, which in itself is a bit of an interesting situation.
Unrelated note, I just got my what was I saying? Oh yeah, I just got all my data processed. I probably still need to do more processing, to be honest. But I got the real hard stuff, I think, out of the way.
And that's the 50 gigabyte XML file?
Yeah.
Nice. Good stuff.
Now, let me just go and find out that the other part of it, which seems like it should be very easy, is also a 50 gigabyte XML file.
Yeah, the other gzip that you haven't unzipped yet. Turns out to be 50 gigabytes.
Yeah, I know. I actually didn't realize that I was going to probably need to include some other files data in here until I started processing it. And now I see that everything uses user IDs, but I want usernames, so I probably need to pull in some file of usernames and merge them together. But hopefully that's just sitting out there and it's super easy, right? Sure, that's...
Oh yeah, for sure. I have to memorize this stupid track.
It seems like you should have at this point.
I almost do, except for this last part. That's the hard turn. And that's literally the end. I was always failing at the end. Come on, come on. Okay. Oh my god, why? Why? That was a misinput!
What's gonna happen? No! No!
Oh my god.
Why couldn't you just walk forward?
because and that also confirmed my suspicion that this bug does walk faster than me. Additionally, so
oh yeah, he definitely did previous stuff.
My hand was in a weird position on the joystick, so it was a little awkward to walk forward to begin with, but I wanted to be long jumping forward for a little bit of an extra speed boost. To have a better chance of not failing, but it was my demise.
Instead. Oh.
Yeah, gaming. Stupid.
I wonder if that data is actually in my XML file and they just wasn't processing it. How nice would that be?
Yeah, so when it comes to the 5200 on my personal system, what all did I have to do to get that thing working? I got the console, of course. To even get the thing powered on, you're either gonna need the special stupid power adapter, which is old. The 5200, for some reason Atari decided to do some weird thing where they made, I guess it was kind of like perhaps a good idea in theory, but a very, very bad idea in practice. Which seems to be a common theme with every company, but every company ever. Where so the console just had one cable coming out of it. That's one cable for both AV and power. And it's not like some proprietary connector. No, it was an RCA connector. There were two conductors. Just two conductors. That is to say, one like power and one ground. So you have one conductor for both data going out and power going in, and they had some just I was gonna say, now that I think about it, I remembered specifically a quirk of the 5200. Wait. No, I'm thinking of the 400. Okay, the 5200 does use DC 9 volts. The Atari 8-bit series of computers was weird because it actually takes AC 9 volts power in, which is basically impossible to find nowadays unless you get a purpose-built adapter. Anyway, so the 5200 was doing weird stuff. Atari had a power. It was power. Okay, it was basically like the connector box. Like you plug the 5200 into it. It's a little box, and then from there you can get both audio. You can get audio, video out, which, by the way, was still like it was like RF video. Like it wasn't composite. It was RF video standard. Whatever. I don't remember or know the specifics about that in general, but anyway. Anyway, so you had that, and you had obviously power going in, but I think those boxes, for some reason, they are very uncommon and very expensive. I don't know if that's because they have a high failure rate, or just because they get separated from used consoles and eventually just get trashed, and so just naturally become uncommon because of that. Because that happens with, for example, the Wii stand. The stand for the Wii is a little bit uncommon. Yeah. So for my 5200 console, I did a power mod. It was a kit that I bought from the website, but so basically they gave me all the parts. There was one capacitor and a couple wires and just a generic barrel connector for power from a regular power source. Just tapped in on the board, so I just needed a soldering iron. It was a good mod for a beginner with the soldering iron. So I had to do that, and that's what I did for power to even turn the damn thing on. And still, like, even today, I'm still kind of fighting myself with the fact that it's outputting RF video standard and not something, well, more, well, standard, like composite. By that I mean standard, but also higher quality, because the RF signal out of the 5200 is actually complete dog shit, I realized. I'm not sure if that's necessarily because of something potentially gone bad over the years, which is possible with the... I forget what they're called. RF modulators, yes. RF modulators can go bad. I've heard of that, by the way, I've heard of that in a VCR. I always call it a VCR, but I guess I should call it a... Or I've kind of started calling them VHS players to potentially be a little more universal. Whatever. Most of those have RF modulators inside, and if that goes bad, sometimes they'll go bad, which is to say, I'm sure, like, they're not all prone to going bad, or at least not in the same way or at the same time with age. Some of them go bad, and for an even smaller subset of VCRs, when they go bad, it fucks with the signal quality, because it's like, I don't know, just doing a weird interference shit with the rest of the board. And in that case, you would either replace the modulator, or I think it would be smarter to just remove it entirely and do what you can to just, like, leave it out. Just not connect a bunch of pins. Etc., etc. You still there, by the way?
I am.
I'm talking a lot.
Yup.
Okay, fucking whatever. 50.
I remember how I had a giant CSV file, 5 gigabytes or whatever. I now have to figure out how to make another one. So
nice. Is Perl particularly particularly fast in execution time?
I mean, it's decent, you know. I believe it is compiled, although it's run as a script.
Sure,
you run it more like a script than as a compiled thing.
Yeah, I know that about Perl, at least. Ooh.
So, like, yeah, it's certainly better than most interpreted languages would be.
But still not as...
it's probably not as fast as, you know, a bespoke solution in C. But...
You know, something written in assembly in fucking x86 assembly.
Yeah.
I should honestly learn x86 assembly sometime. But fucking hell. That's another subject, I guess. So that's probably something I won't really consciously bother with until something school-related decides to give me a task like that, and then I'll learn all about it and figure it out.
Speaking of which, what is going on with you in school these days?
Oh my god, I don't know. Well, that is to say, right now, nothing. I am not enrolled at OSU at the moment. As for future plans, I don't know. My current future plan is figure out medications, figure out antidepressants and ADHD medication, as well as figure out. Well, I guess at some point I would need to figure out accommodations for school and also
don't
for
walk
work.
off the edge.
Why?
Yes.
What? Wait.
What? Wait, I need to rewind.
Yeah, I need to watch that back too. Hold on.
You need to get 30 coins.
Ah, you're kidding. Okay, let me rewind and see what my final coin count was.
Oh, I can.
That's fucking brutal.
43. What? Oh, is it actually 50 and I misread it?
We'll see.
Oh, it is. It looks like it's a 5, and then the frame I happen to pause it on is as it's fading out, and it looks more like a 3.
Hey, by the way, on YouTube, if you're watching on PC, you can press the comma and period keys.
Period, yes.
Yeah. Dumb lol.
I use that reasonably frequently.
You could use it right now.
I did use it right now.
Okay. Whatever, you're dumb little idiot. Okay. Yeah, so... I guess I'll continue my giant spiel about, the Atari 5200. So, myself, okay. Myself, personally... I got a controller. Yeah, I wanted an original 5200 controller for reasons I've already stated. So I got one. It would have been way more expensive if I bought one tested and working or refurbished. So I bought one used that was, I think it was untested probably, but. Needless to say, it didn't work because the failure rate on those is also incredibly high for a separate reason. It's because, okay, so the 5200 controllers are actually weird. It uses a flexible circuit board. Yeah, that's, like, I can't think of any other game console that uses a flexible circuit board for any purpose.
Can't say I know of.
You know what? I can think that was also a thing on the Virtual Boy for I think it's for it was used on the Virtual Boy to connect the screens to the main PCB. Fun fact, that is also prone to failure because of that. And you need to, like, resolder pads to make them conductive again, etc., etc. Very funny. Alternative mod that someone developed was, you could actually remove... You could remove the existing... Well, actually, yeah, I actually don't remember if it uses, like, a proper flexible circuit board, or if it's, like, a... Maybe it's in the form of a... Maybe it's in the form of a flexible circuit board when it's... No, that's not what I mean to say. Maybe it's performing the purpose of a ribbon cable, but it is produced as a flexible circuit board, and because of that, it's so much more prone to failure. Or maybe, well, No, that might just be it. Yeah, I think part of the issue is so I guess the issue might be different to the 5200 controller, but I think the issue on the Virtual Boy is that this sort of crappy old school, very very old school ribbon cable. We're talking fucking pre Game Boy Advance, which is 2001. Yeah, pre 2001 ribbon cable. Is yeah, I was thinking it's well, it's obviously like being flexed, so the metal traces will break, kind of, or they'll at least be under stress. They will obviously break, and issues like that happen with all sorts of other hardware for that reason. When a circuit board is flexing too much, I think the most notorious example would be the original Xbox. I think the circuit board has a ton of flex in it, or maybe I'm thinking of the 360. I don't remember, to be honest. I don't even remember where I got this information from in my head.
Oh, nice save.
I was gonna say, like, I didn't have enough coins anyway. This is really, really. I mean,
yeah.
For I guess it's partially a combination of the caffeine and the Adderall, which I, by the way, started again just today because my mom went and picked up my what's the word for it? Prescription.
Yeah, good.
Yes. It's not as high as what I had gone up to previously, but it's a starting point anyway. So whatever. I don't know. I would. It's very, once again, side tangent number 12 of this whole story. Is that for one, I mean, just on a personal level, I am a little bit non-confrontational. And it's not to say anything about doctors, but you know, as you do, I am an expert of my own body, and doctors are not always an expert of my own body. So sometimes things are a little bit not like correct for one or in one way or another, or for one reason or another. And sometimes when that happens, I choose not to argue about it, and I kind of go with it sometimes. Which in some ways is a bad thing, but sometimes, well, I guess sometimes, the flip side is that sometimes arguing would be a little bit of a waste of time anyway. But, meh. Fucking why? Damn it.
You don't have enough coins?
I would.
Oh, no,
I may have had enough coins.
You were getting there. I wasn't
certain
how close you were to the end or not, but you did miss a big amount of coins earlier on. Well, that would have really helped you. But...
Oh, did I? Oh, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
I honestly don't remember. I've said before, but I think this game actually looks really good.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, actually, oh, I mean, that's a rare thing. The programmers at Rare were very, very competent. They were very skilled. I can't think of any specific examples right now, to be honest with you, which is a shame. But, I feel like there's some good stuff going on. I mean, for one, we kind of know a lot about Donkey Kong 64 already, but you know they had obviously the example that I'm pointing to in this instance is the not reduction of lag, but to combat the slowdown to increase the speed of your character. That was a little more uncommon back then in general. Man, that bug walks way faster than me. By the way, I think this is kind of funny. I hadn't thought of this before. Like this is obviously in universe. This makes sense. Tiny Kong has this power that takes a certain amount of energy. Whatever. I'm not here to discuss how superpowers work, but she has an ability where she can shrink down really small. So this is just an actual bug. Like, this isn't like a bug person like Banjo-Kazooie style. This is just an actual bug. And Tiny Kong is currently really, really small. I just thought that was a funny detail.
I really thought that was a turtle. But
in itself is an interesting detail.
That implies that all these bricks are like really, really tiny as well.
Yeah, that too. I did think about that a little. Yeah, so Rareware's got this kind of thing going on.
Also, can I just mention how
yes.
The bottom left tracker says winning and last place. Like, sure, you do winning and losing or first place and last place. How did winning last place?
Oh my. Honest to God, I don't even know. Like, I can't even remember, like, what coins specifically that I'm missing.
I wasn't paying as much attention that run.
Here, you know what? You know what?
I don't know.
Oh my god. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. Well... Here, hold on. There's thunder and lightning. I think.
Where you are? Outside?
Yeah, I mean, it's not loud and not very close, but, you know.
Yeah, I know that there's a significant system passing through. We only got just the simple rain end of it. It sounds like we might get freezing rain, just a sprinkle of it tonight. I'm not sure if that's still true or not, but I know there are places where you're getting the storms and whatnot.
Here, sorry, not related to anything.
No?
I am actually going to, right now, go ahead and create a GameFAQs account. Because, gosh, GameFAQs has existed for so long. And, like, I mean, it's got a huge backlog. Yeah, that could be the word. It's got a giant archive of user-created guides and question and answers and cheats.
Yeah.
Also, it's fascinating. It's super interesting. I don't know if I'll ever write stuff for it myself, but I might do that for like maybe question and answer or I guess perhaps leaving a review on a guide. I don't know. I'm tired. That's not true. What is true is that my fucking... It's... Okay. One of them... So... One of my neck muscles is sore. That's actually it. That's the complete statement.
That was the whole story?
Well, that's the whole story. That's just right now because I've been talking so fucking much. I've been running my mouth constantly. Oh, email address. Once again, oh, go ahead.
I'm looking at my script as if there's something to like optimize or something here. But like, no, it's just a 54 gigabyte XML file. It's taking 10 minutes or whatever because that's how long it takes.
Nice, that's interesting. Yeah, GameSpot. GameSpot is a IGN does stuff, or both does and did stuff like that too. A little bit with, well, yeah, with guides written by community members. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Things. Here, let's see. Also, by the end of today, I'm going to be utterly fucking exhausted from socializing, or at least perceived socializing.
Yeah, no, I feel that too.
Nice. Yeah, that was
I'm
last
actually
time
kind of surprised that I'm kind of surprised that I have gotten through, I guess.
Oh my god.
For so long.
Stupid.
I was no, I was just not super feeling it, so I wasn't expecting to stick around for more than like half hour or so, but here I am.
No, that's fine.
It's been like 3 hours.
No, it's not been 3 hours. It's been...
It hasn't.
Oh my god, it's been 2 hours and 40 minutes. Jeez. Well, you did take a break, so that's
I
fine.
did.
You'll fucking get another break in a minute, because I'm gonna go to the bathroom, but... Whatever, I was gonna say dumb shit real quick. Oh, hold on. I want to find a good camera angle, a good location.
What is going on?
Here, you can watch the screen if you want. You can watch Lanky Kong. He has a couple unique idle animations that are kind of funny. I think one or two of them have some small sound effects too. All right, yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom.
I see you. Mm. Welcome back. Oh, no, that's just me on stream. I'm Domo. Also sending this in chat, but expect Cameron to be back in about 15 to 20 minutes, or potentially longer. We'll see. He says that I don't have to commentate any gameplay if I don't feel like it. The gameplay right now is Lanky Kong is juggling oranges. I feel like I would not be commentating that for 15 minutes, so we'll not do that. I guess we could commentate the alligator thing in the background, walking around, shaking his tail, looking very green. I'm honestly not sure. I haven't been paying all that much attention. Sorry, but I'm not sure if that's an enemy or what. Hopefully it's not, and it doesn't just come and kill him while he's gone. If so, then Lanky Kong will be very sad. He'll lose all his melons in front of the Yellow River. So back to my data. Yeah, so what's going on here? I'm parsing the XML file. I turned that into the good old CSV, but the CSV is clearly wrong somehow. There's clearly something going on here. I don't know what. Like, why are all those extra commas doing? Oh! That could be an issue. Okay, let's see how this goes. Just generate like a few. No, not that. Yes, that's much better. Yes. Alright, so now we're going to regenerate what was previously a 5 gigabyte XML file. I'm expecting this one to be shorter. I'd probably run. Let's see, where does change that CSV to? I'm sure I have that somewhere. Also just read it. Okay, yeah. I think this should be shorter than 5 gigabytes, then it'll probably take just as long to process. So it may be done before Cameron gets back. We'll find out. It also very may well not be. So while that's running, I should probably work on my other script to be ready for when it's done. See, we have 4. The last one's okay. This might actually already be done. Might be fine. Hopefully we're fine. It would be rather nice if the XML parsing script just threw out old dates, like the stats script does, but, you know. Can't ask for everything. The update on the gameplay is that the green crocodile appears to have walked away. Oh, he's coming back in frame. Oh, nope, he left frame now. He's back. Of course, I'm commenting everything with like 10-second delay, as you know, so yeah. You can see the future. You know what I'm going to say. He's back in the frame. He's left the frame. Maybe you could use a see the future card from Exploding Kittens. Help you see the future. Or you could do a good old scry for Magic the Gathering. It's kind of like seeing the future. It's also affecting the future, but you know. Ooh. Yikes, unsquare buildings. That is kind of ugly. They don't do map data for that. Yeah, I have 289 edits on OSM now. So does that get me my the next level on Hot OSM? I feel like it might, because Hot uses change sets instead of changes for some reason. I see we are at intermediate. I think that is another level. And 500 to advanced. So 500, that's not bad. I really probably should be advanced already. Whatever. Intermediate, yeah. Ah, yes, macro level upgrade. Thank you very much for mapping with us, even though I don't think I've ever done any hot tasks. So my contribution, 0, 0, 0. I do like that it shows you non-hot stats as well. POIs, waterways, routes, buildings. It's pretty nice. 130 POIs is actually really surprising to me. I'm curious how it's counting that. I could check my tag info. No, HUIC, not tag info. Let's see, I have... I've only... Okay, so I've edited... I'm the last modifier of 169 node names and 768 way names. Now, most of those way names I think are roads. But if it's just reading names for POIs, then that would be roughly 930, right? Yeah, pretty much. So that could be where it's getting that from. And that's still really bad because that's last modifier. You really want to know creator, not last modifier. I only am last modifier on 155 node amenities and 456 way amenities. 456 way amenities. Oh, parking. A lot of those are parking lots. Those shouldn't be counted. If those are being counted, that would be part of the problem. Yeah, 930 pulling up POI's maps is definitely wrong. It hits my numbers. It says 77% buildings, 18%. So, POI's, that's really weird how it breaks that down. Yeah, where was my ledge? But, like, a lot of my stuff is land use, for example, which land use mapping is a thing that is on hot, I'm pretty sure, but is just not represented in these stats for some reason. I think that's very strange. The Donkey Kong update is that Donkey Kong is juggling oranges. And there's a green crocodile. Don't know if you heard about him or not, but he's shaking his tail. My Perl script is still running, surprising. I was gonna say I'd really like to have an idea of how far along it is, but I can probably get an idea. Well, partially based on the size. We're at 1.5 gigs so far. I think we're gonna be probably about 4 gigs in total. So I think we're a little under halfway. And also, if we do tail game sets, new CSV, the latest change that we added was that, which is less than half, so somewhere between a third and a half, so like 40% of the way through. So that's not, I think we're about 40% of the way through. That makes sense. It's been like 15. God. Donkey Kong's absolutely shocked that his horn just disappeared. I'd really like to know, and I'll ask Cameron this when he comes back. I'd really like to know if there's some camera view hacks that allow you to move the camera and watch the oranges disappear off screen, or normally off screen. I think that would be really cool. I'd like to see what happens to them, even though it's probably just they go up and then they suddenly disappear. For those of you just tuning in, which is to say, nobody is tuning into this at the moment. I'm your guest commentator for today. Cameron is gone. He will not be replaced. He's, I mean, long term, he won't be replaced. Obviously, I'm replacing him short term, but just long term, he's gone, right? Just shutting the channel down. And so we figured we'd make a 3-hour video of Lanky Kong's idle animation in Donkey Kong 64. So there's no point in rewinding the video at all because it's all just Lanky Kong idle animation. Because, you know, that's the proper last hurrah for the Chainsword CS channel, I think. No? Oh, we hit the halfway point on my script. So, only, what is that, 5 million more rows to go? 6 million? Making progress. We also hit the 3-hour point on the stream just a little bit ago. So, you know, that's something, I think. Oh no. Oh, please don't tell me that the Arabic character. Oh. I hope that's just a visual quirk with how it's printed out. If there's actually an OTR override, that could absolutely break it. Oh, please don't tell me I'm gonna have to redo this all. Probably am, aren't I? Ah. How's that even work? That it's only affecting the comma. Oh, I don't know Perl well enough to understand what's going on. Okay. Join. can read code. What the hell? There's still a very good chance it'll actually work. There's also a very good chance that it won't, which is frustrating. I don't know if the right solution is just insert LTRs after every username manually. That seems awful, but might end up being necessary. I'll also test some different CSV reading functionalities, because there's a chance that one of them will happen to ignore it or something it or whatever, and it will work fine. Actually, so, again, I hope it'll be fine, but I don't know. And Donkey Kong 64. Donkey Kong's struggling more, just they disappear, and he's confused as to where they went. But in a few seconds, he'll find more. So I don't think you should worry too much about it. Oh. 8.3 million out of 11.7 million. So I want the rest. I'm gonna go get one. I will be right back. Nobody. back. I'm gonna say Cameron probably still isn't. Let's see, where is his estimate? Okay. 1627. So we're now in the window where he could come back at any time. How does so when Lanky Kong catches the oranges on his nose, they're like offset and staggered? Like how does that work? Do they have like flat spots in exactly the right place? And even then, like shouldn't the top one fall unless they're super heavily weighted? I don't. That must be it. They must be like super heavily weighted towards one side. Oh, that would really throw off your juggling. But yeah, no, that's gotta be it, right? Because otherwise they couldn't line up stacked like that and bounce. So what we have learned is that canonically in the world of Donkey Kong 64, oranges are not symmetrically weighted, which makes them terrible juggling materials, and yet Donkey Kong juggles them anyways. That's a fun fact about Donkey Kong 64, which is arguably completely false, but I'm going with it. If anyone actually listens to this part, I'll be surprised. But you should comment something about unbalanced oranges or whatever, and then I'll know that you were here listening to me. I wonder how my script's doing. Oh, we hit 10 million. All right. We're getting there. Only another million to go. You know, I could do some preliminary analysis with my prior data, because it should be largely the same, just not correctly annotated, which is fine for most of what I'm doing. Yeah, actually it might be better, but regardless. Yeah, I need to do some analysis. We remove that because it's really big. And when you're using ggplot and you're parsing big, long data like this, you know, there's about 47,000 observations in here, which isn't tons, but it is definitely sufficient to start causing some issues with the way that ggplot does some things. Yeah. Oh boy. Who knows? That's something. We have, yeah, super interesting. What do I even want to do with that? I'm going to turn the opacity way down for one. Okay, how do we turn the opacity down? Alpha, of course it is. How does 0.05 level? Oh, hey, that's potentially usable. That's super, that's awesome. I love that. Okay. They're called AB line doesn't actually work. Oh, it does. Yes. Oh, that's awesome. We just got a message from Cameron. It says, he hasn't started the water yet. Great. It's done. Okay, my script's finished. I have a couple of things I need to take care of real momentarily. Oh, the crocodile was like really close to us once. It's not normally that close. That's pretty interesting. Okay, moment of truth. Oh wait, no, not moment of truth. Not even close. Gosh, so much. This process has already gotten complicated. Alright, script part 2 is now running. We'll see if it produces useful results or not. Cameron says, the gag where Lanky Kong throws the balls up in the air but they disappear off screen. I thought that was very funny. Classic Rareware humor and charm. I respond, it was for the first few times, but it's been like 40 minutes of juggling. I wouldn't mind our idle animation at this point. That was, reading off Discord messages like that is not necessarily ideal. But, you know, clearly no one is listening, so does not matter. I guess I can check to see if someone is listening. Nope, no one's listening. I should like the video. I like the video. Okay. Did we get useful results out of that? It's a coin flip. Maybe? Oh, hey, look, there's Amanda. Amanda's name sticks out. You know, the whatchamacallits. Yeah, really, Ogum script. It's a Japanese name. I'm really just looking for the Arabic name. Where is the Arabic? Dang it. Nope. That's almost certainly gonna be a problem. We just... Please say this is... No, what? Here's some more comments from Cameron for the 0 people watching. OMG, I was gonna say, compared to other N64 games, not many have as dynamic lighting and shadows, often exemplified by the use of dithering, although that might be a default of the N64 hardware. Also, of course, it's not real lighting and shadows like ray tracing. It's a combination of small optical illusions and tricks. For example, a shadow is just a circle, but stretches when the player is near a single light source in a darker environment, which is pretty neat, and some generally great visual design. So generally good texture work helped by all the RAM available, good use of vertex colors and shadings to help make it more dynamic. It's generally really, really good. Game has its flaws, but it's a great case study in art direction and programming. I think somehow my RTL overrides are getting like double overridden or I don't know. I don't know how it's working, but I think it's processing it properly, which is really good news. Okay. 63. Tail. We have for CSV. We need to. I guess we don't need to get rid of our test CSV. We just need to modify our user's file. There it is. Okay. Oh, it's the same. It's exactly the same. Yes. That's it. Oh, I could have hoped for. That's seriously really, really nice. Okay. That's all right. We're making progress. We have 2 new CSVs. Okay, sets is cleaned. Control S. Whatever. Just change this is clean. Okay. I just want to clean up everything. Usage report. Everything else is using memory. Does it say Firefox is using memory? Don't know why it's using all of my memory, but it is. It's something we'll take care of later, probably. No, whatever. think it's working. Oh. These haters. There's a ton of Russian names. Or not necessarily Russian, but Cyrillic. And there's some. Oh, that's unexpected. There's some Hebrew names. I guess it shouldn't be unexpected. What? Oh, is that. What? What is that script? Armenian. Oh. There's one Armenian name. That's super cool. And then Hebrew and Arabic, Japanese, Chinese, Korean. Then we get into the English names per se. At least the Latin alphabet names. I really want to know. Who is this person? And how is he made? What? So yeah, what I've discovered for those not watching, or not listening, whatever, is that um, there's a bunch of OpenStreetMap users who are very strange and have tons of empty change sets, which is really odd. Not something that they should easily be able to do. Like, it's definitely possible, but and you see it occasionally in certain edge cases, but not like on the scale of dozens or hundreds of them, which is just really odd. There's also at least one user. Okay, there's exactly one user whose only change this year has been 10,000 change set, which is really odd because that is the limit of how many changes you can have in a change set. And so normally you'd see like, oh, they had one set that was 10,000 and then another one that was like 50, right? If they had 10,050 changes, you'd only have a single 10,000 change set. You had exactly 10,000 changes on the dot, and you're doing it all at once. Super, super strange situation. I have never seen it before, but I mean, sure enough, there it is. I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, he only makes updates every once in a while. Seems like a valid user. Don't see anything really suspicious about him, but yeah, really weird. Really, really weird. Now I get to do some plotting and some analysis. Okay. Resting. Yep, that's from not sure how to do. Sure. Well, very, very exciting, I know. I've gotten some interesting results. I've found a pretty linear log-log trend, um, although there is a huge window. It's a very interesting log-log plot. I am not entirely certain what to make of it. Interpreting log-log plots is definitely a place that I'm a little weak in. And I feel like there's some really interesting data and conclusions to be had from this one, but I don't know what they are. But yeah, it is very interesting. Okay. Well, I've managed to find myself in a cloud, which is kind of neat. I have a giant cloud of about 50,000 points, and I was able to highlight the one that represents me. Yay! I don't know, I think it's kind of neat. I don't know. It is. Justin's. We have a double face poem from Cameron. It's been 45. Jeez. Well, I got some good data analysis done at least over the past 45 minutes. Cameron will be back shortly. Yeah, he's going to get food, it sounds like. So, yeah, I just sent a message in chat, but Cameron is going to be back shortly, apparently, which he says may not take long. He needs to get some food. We'll see how it goes. But he's going to restart the stream when he gets back, so we're going to be on a new stream. And apparently, roughly the past hour or so that we've been just sitting here watching Monkey Kong juggle is going to be cut out. It's actually been like an hour and a half. Holy cow. Maybe 4 hour ages ago. Such a long stream. So glad that Ballsy Review had been pushing through this with me. It's been a grind. I think they've aged you well. Some might even say perfectly. I woke up feeling the cheesiest. I woke up feeling the cheesiest coast. Coast? Coach. Cheese. 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 Anyways, I'll also be back in a bit. I'll be sooner than Cameron, given his recent crack history.